They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that could make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. I got all this potential that's deep inside of me, but they hate when you're successful cause they try to be. They sit there being judgmental because you're trying things, and they just want you to settle and do the right thing. So get a good job, don't slack off. Wake up every morning, make a good impression on your boss. Don't do anything that I wouldn't do, and when you're making money, make sure you don't spend it too soon. Fuck that, I'll do what I wanna do. I got a different path from everyone, and that includes you. Who are you to tell me how to live life? In these times it feels like nobody's right, yeah. So I'ma figure out what else we succeed, and then invest all of my time into that and proceed. I need whatever the hell could make me happy, and I don't think you have a clue what could that be. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that could make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. I think this life could be special if I get rid of the devils. They think that I am a rebel, I think they want me to settle. There's nobody on my level. They think that work is too stressful, I think that work is essential. The grind is all in your mental, and I don't think you understand what I'll go through just to be in control of my life soon. All the negativity, man, I'm immune. I don't really need a mask with all I've been through. I've been making changes for the ages. 5-10 year plans are contagious. I attack that shit, I'm tenacious. And if you ain't, get the fuck out of my way then. Got one life, I won't regret it. I will fight until I get it. I'll look back one day from heaven and say, damn, I learned some lessons. And say, damn, I have no questions. I had fun in every second, and the journey was a blessing, yeah. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing. They tell me that I'm never gonna make it. They want me to do something that can make sense. They hate when I keep dreaming I'll be famous, but I don't give a fuck, I'ma keep chasing.
Hello, hi. Hey, how's everybody? How are we doing? How's everyone's life feeling? Sorry about what happened last stream. I meant near the end. I literally, went like, okay, I'm gonna start writing out to this person. I'm gonna start writing out to them, and then I'm gonna do it the way that I usually do nowadays, which is, oh shit, I'm on Bedrock Edition. Whoopsie. Sorry, I was opening up the wrong thing. I was on Bedrock Edition because I was just playing on some servers. Anyway, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna end it the way that I usually end it, which is I'm gonna do like my little outro, start the raid, and then hit the stream ending screen. And that's what I'm going to do. So I do that, and then my subconscious just goes like, okay, now, okay, stream's ending. Again, now you gotta end the stream. And I'm like, okay, yeah, I gotta do that. And my brain just like, do it now. It just hits the button. I'm like, oh, shit, I did that too early. So I had to start up a new stream and was like, yeah, so I accidentally ended stream too early. Just gonna do this. So apologies for that. Because it was just a simple mistake. In other news, my parents have recently came back from their trip. In fact, by the time that they came back, I was already awake for like maybe 13, 14 minutes. Because I don't know what's been happening with me recently, but I've been waking up a lot later. Or like a little later than I usually wake up. Kind of sucks, but I don't know. Maybe something's just going on with me where I'm just waking up later. Anyway, so all that is done and dealt with. So, for those who weren't here for last week's stream, we've finished up the floors, making the floors of the iron farm. I finished up making those. I don't think I placed my I don't think I placed everything though. Am I missing a button or two? Oh no, it's probably because I didn't know what to do with this. And yeah, I am missing a button. Okay. Do. Okay. So we finished up the floors. Now, the main thing that we're going to be doing is that we're just going to be decorating the outside bit of the iron farm. Which, that's a whole process. A whole process in of itself. Because it's going to require a lot more spruce wood. A lot more spruce wood than I would like, but I can't really change that now, can I? So I'm probably going to be stacking up on as much bone meal as I can possibly get. At least we're doing this. And then whatever ones I don't get, whatever amount of bone meal that I could possibly get, I could probably just try and get it through going to the nether and mining out more bone blocks. So that's kind of just the whole plan right now. Just gonna get rid of that. Okay. Okay. Ugh. I hate that I did this. Do. Okay. Might as well get this as like a replacement for the one that should have been there. Do. Okay. Do it from in there. Where'd he go? Where's Zomboy? Hmm. Do. Okay. Oh, fuck. I did the thing that I hate doing, which is, at least when it comes to this, that is, I did not use up my cocoa beans after planting the new ones on one tree. Do. Okay. There we go. Just gonna do it like that. Do. Okay. I don't have an axe on hand. I thought I did. Well, shit. Let me go get one. Let me go make one. Do. Do. Okay. Ay. How many days am I working? Have I been working on this iron farm? Do. Do. Okay. Ay. God, I set myself up for this task. I don't even think trying to find dirt. Trying to find enough dirt for this bee farm. It was that big of a task. Do. Sorry, getting a little sidetracked with this, but do. There we go. Okay. Throw that in there. Just gonna be checking on this every time because you know, it needs saplings. Okay. Time to check my little berry farm. This is actually something I wanted to mention. I was watching more of those videos where people were just random people were reacting to the Team Fortress 2 Meet the Team videos. Because you know, I used to be someone who played TF2. I haven't played it in a while, but I used to play it. But I was watching one of them earlier today, and they brought up something that I was like, huh, I've never heard about this. And they said, what they said was like, okay, so, no, I also heard that Valve was going to be releasing a new game called Deadlock, and I'm like, what? They're releasing a new game called Deadlock. So I had to look it up just to make sure, and sure enough, there's a game being developed by Valve, developed and published by Valve, called Deadlock. Now, there's no official release date. And the only thing that is like, the only thing that is shown on Steam is like a little teaser, I guess. A little teaser trailer. Alright, and then I honestly don't really know what to think of it. I don't know what kind of game it is. But judging by the some of the updates that I was seeing on it, very likely it's going to be another hero shooter. They're similar to Team Fortress, to Team Fortress 2. No, because I don't know. Let me look it up. Let me look up the game again. And Deadlock. Yeah, even the description is bare bones, saying Deadlock is a multiplayer game in early development. That's it. And it says that developer and publisher is Valve. So oh, I was also trying to look at all the characters, I guess, that are going to be in this game. And they have hero spotlights, which is one called Victor, one called Drifter, one called Paige, one called the Doorman, and one called Billy. Hey, and there's probably gonna be a few more like Lady Geist and Mina, and that are going to be announced. And yeah, just by the looks of it, it really is looking in a bit like a hero shooter, or I think similar to I don't know. For some reason, the art style makes me think it's similar to Marvel Rivals. Considering this is coming from someone who's only played 30 minutes of it and has only seen people stream it. And so, not a Marvel Rivals player. I tried it. To be clear, I tried it and I was just thinking it's not my type of game. Fuck out of here. So, no, I just saw that. I was like, huh, that's interesting. I also saw that I also saw on Steam that there was a Yug Labs testing initiative game, and that came out on Steam for free, which surprised me because I was like, huh? Okay. Hey, I saw that it was for free. I haven't put it on my library, not yet at least, because well, I just don't really know what to make of it. But I just thought those were interesting. I also got really confused because right next to it I saw the new Skate game, and I saw that it was $24, and I was like, didn't they say that this was gonna be free to play? And like, what the hell happened? But then I checked it, and it's like, no, it still says it's free to play. Turns out I was looking at a certain pack of the game that was around $24. I'm like, oh, right. Yeah, which honestly, hey, if they made the, yeah, which honestly, if they made that game, so that you had to pay for it, I would have just been like, yep, this franchise is dead. Hey, congratulations, EA. Hey, run another. Yeah, run another franchise into the ground. Wouldn't be the first time they done something like that. Because yeah, I think them doing something like that is what screwed over EA. Can you get the fuck out of here? Yeah, I don't care. I don't care if going in here makes you feel safe. You don't belong here. Go away. I'm gonna have to take some damage for this. I didn't want to kill those. I didn't want to kill those things. I just wanted to get the Wandering Trader out of here. I don't like him. He doesn't have any good trades. Okay. Get out of here. What? Let's start off this with that. Okay. Okay. At least I can still open it like that. Ay. I'm gonna have to go on another search for more fossils. Did I shove those in there? No, I didn't. Yeah, screw it. Okay. Do. Do do do. Made this trek before, and yet I still get hurt. Or not while I'm on it. Hmm. See? Told you. Do. Do. Do do. Ow. Didn't mean to take that fall. Okay. Okay. I don't know what it is with magma cubes, but it feels like there's almost no knockback to them. Okay. Okay. Just gotta go this way now. Okay. So there's the fortress. Oh, guy's got the zoomies. Okay. Do. Definitely not around here. Okay. Gotta make it out alive. Okay. Eat up. Do. Okay. Do. Okay. Hmm. Do. Okay. I think the entrance was that way. Fuck. Ah, damn it. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Why did that open? Okay. Okay. Off to the right is the better thing. Okay, well that was just a bitch move. That was seriously a bitch move. Okay. Do. Do. Where am I going? This way. Do. I don't trust those guys. Do. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. Shush. I take no blame for that. Do. Do. Yeah, get up to this area before the gas decides to actually break something. Now this is a predicament. I can still climb out of this. I mean, without having to use scaffoldings. I hate you. Hmm. Okay. Oh, shit. Fuck. Okay. Go away. Do. Okay. There we go. Like I said, always on this fucking trek. I'm always getting hurt. Do. Okay. Do. Okay. Do. Ay, 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 ay. Just need to get in here. You don't scare me. And neither do you. Or you. Or you. Do. Okay. Did someone make a previous attempt to get up here? There's a weirdly built staircase up here. That has me thinking that either me or Z were here. And I don't remember if I was down here or not. No need to come after me, bud. I did nothing. Okay. Do. Let me eat up. Just in case. Maybe don't go that way. Okay. Do. Okay. Do. Okay. There should be enough bone meal. Should be giving me enough bone meal to last me for a while. Or last me through this. Do. Okay. Do. Okay. Do. Okay. Do. Let's make some trapdoors. Okay. Do. Do. Okay. should have climbed on top. Damn it. Okay. Okay, check on the fallen leaves. Hi, hi. Do 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 do. Okay. Do. Okay. Sorry, checking around here because I felt like I missed something. Da, da, da. Okay. Do. Nope. Check the other way. Do. Hi, hi. Do. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. 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 You can't be shitting me. There we go. Do. Okay. 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 Do, do, do. Okay. God. Damn, that's tiring. And that iron farm. It's like, ugh. How many more layers do I have to do of trapdoors? I'm in the middle of my third one. So 5, 10, no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more layers, and there's, 4 sides to each one, so that's equating to 20. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Oh my god. It's 17. 17 by 21. So oh god, this is some complicated math I have to do. Okay. 17 times 2, that's 34. 21 times 2, that's 42. Plus the 34 will be, yeah, 76. And then I gotta times that by 3. $228. And then I gotta times that by 5. 4. 10 plus 4, that's 14. Drop the 4, carry the 1. It's like 1,000. 1,140. 1,140 trapdoors. Compare that to stacks. Oh god. The division is the only one that I struggle with. Okay. It would be closer to 20. Like 20 stacks. 64 times 20 would be 1,280. Then I just gotta subtract 64 from that. That'd be 6. it'd be like 1,216. So that would be 19, and then times, and then subtract another one, that'd be 18. So okay. 2, 5. It would just be a little under 18 stacks. And that's only for the 5 rows. 5 rows that I haven't gotten to. Okay. 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 So around there. Okay. Do-do-do. Do. Okay. Ay, ay, ay. Mm. Okay. Get some sleep. Those little bastards can last. Do. Do, do, do. Do. Figures. I knew it was gonna break at some point. Ooh. Do. Okay. Ba-da-da. Ugh, I wish I had my axe for this bit, but Do. Okay. What the hell was I going for that? Do. Okay. Do. Do. Ay, ay. Do. Okay. Do. Okay. Do. Pick up everything up. Bill. Okay. Let me make a new axe real quick. Do. Da, da, da. How did that not go down? Okay. 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 Shit. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay. I gotta remember how many 18 stacks is. It's 1,152, and I need 1,140, so I need 17 full stacks, and then an additional 52. Additional action 52. Okay. I hate this guy. Oh god, how many trees is... How many things of wood isn't gonna take for me to get to 17? Get to 1,140 trapdoors. That's an interesting math equation. Gotta think it through, think it through. Let's see. I gotta think this math through on how many trees it's going to take. Because it's six planks for 2 doors. 6 planks for 2 trap doors. But I gotta have enough for 17 stacks, an additional 52 left over. I'll probably think the math equation over as I go use the restroom. Let me go into a safe spot. Okay. I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick, so I may be right back. Hello? There we go. Okay, where's my cursor? Trying to do an ad break. There you go. Haven't come to my answer yet. In fact, I even just started it. Let's see. A single thing of wood produces 4 spruce planks. He said, but I need 6 of them in order to produce 2 trapdoors. So I need to do 3 things of wood to produce 4 things of spruce planks. Okay. And let's use some of these items as representations, as representatives. Okay. So this would be a singular wood block. This would be the spruce planks, or this would, whatever. And then put all those in an array like that, and you get 2 trapdoors. But we need. But we're gonna have some leftover wood, specifically 2. So really, we need bam bam. And then that'll give us 12. Then do that, and that'll get us to 4. Okay. But I need 1,140. How do I calculate this? Oh wait, no. 1,140. I think we could times that by 3. Because 2 trapdoors, because 6 planks are equal 2 trapdoors. Okay. So, okay. 1,140 times 3. It'd be 3,420. 3,420. And then oh god, how do I convert 3,420 things of planks into wood? Do I divide it by 4? Okay. It's like 855? It's 120 divided by 5. Oh wait, no. Wrong number. There we go. Yeah, 855. If okay, so it'd be oh god, how am I gonna calculate this? This actually okay. Let's see if there's a thing that actually does something like this. 1140. Okay. Minecraft 1140. Trap doors to wood. Converter. Okay, there is a resource calculator. Okay. No, that's a pressure plate. I don't need a pressure plate. There we go. Trapdoor. 1140. Yeah, calculate resources. Yeah, okay, I did this right. Base ingredients, 855. I have 13 stacks plus 23. Yeah, 13 stacks plus 23. Spruce log. Then craft it into the 3,420 spruce planks, which is 53 stacks plus an additional 28. And then craft it into 1,140 spruce trapdoors, which is 17 stacks plus an additional 52. Okay, so I did get that right. Cool. Yeah, my head was working overtime for that one. And, okay. Do Okay. 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 Let's see if I can actually make it to 855. No, you don't. This house is not yours. Go away. Do. 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 Do, do, do. Da, da, da. Okay. So that would already be 54. At worst, I gotta do this like 16 times. No. Roughly 17, actually. Yeah. Sounds about right. Okay. Okay, just so I know, just so I remember what number it is. Actually, I gotta save this link. Okay. Okay. Resource calculator. Minecraft. Okay. Put this up. Pin it. Okay. And just to make sure, why are these icons so small? 1140. And calculate. Okay. 13 stacks plus 23. Got it. 13 stacks plus 23. Do. Okay. Do. 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 Okay. I have an idea. How about in order to keep track of how much I got. Hey, Reeve Supreme, how are you? Because right now I'm in the middle of some insane task that I've set upon myself. And that... everything's fine. It's just that I had this insane... It's just that I had this insane math equation that I tried to do because... okay. I'm trying to decorate the outside of this iron farm here. The reason why it looks like this is because the way that it looked without this this look, it just looked off. So I just decided to build floors around it like this. And currently I have it go all the way to down here. So I got a lot of floor to cover. I think specifically this floor is just going to be iron, but anyway. So I recently got done with that last week. So now I'm like, okay, now I got to start decorating the outside of it. So I got like through like 3 different floors. I got 3 different levels here, but then I'm like, okay, how much is the... If I were to try and cover these 5 layers with trap doors, how many trap doors is that going to take? Like, how many? So, yeah, I tried to do the math on it, and it's like fucking... It's like 1,140 trap doors. And considering that the trap doors stack up to 64... Trapdoors stack up to 64, I was like, okay, how many stacks is that going to require? And then I had to do the quick math on that, and that's 17 full stacks plus an additional 52. So then I was like, okay, now how many things of planks is that going to require? Which, again, did the math on that. It was 3,420. And then I just went, okay, hey, how am I going to convert that into logs? You know, spruce logs. So, all I did was that I divided that by 4, and I got 855. So, I was trying to find a way to fact check that, because I wasn't sure. And it turns out there's an actual website that helps you calculate this stuff. They call it a resource calculator. So I was like, okay, I want you to tell me, hey, I want to make 1,140 trapdoors. Now, what are the numbers that I'm going to need to make all this? And long story short, it calculated the same thing I did. I was like, okay, so I did everything right. Cool. Because it was like, yeah, you're going to need 855 things of spruce logs, and then that's going to convert over to 3,420 spruce planks, which then you're going to convert that over to 1,140 trapdoors. I'm like, all right, so I did the math right. Sick. Now I also need to... Now I also need to make sure I get the right amount of space, because according to this, it says 855 spruce logs is going to equate to 13 stacks plus an additional 23. However, crafting that into spruce planks is going to be 3,420, aka 53 stacks plus an additional 28. Which means this is going to be 9, 18, and 9, 18, 27, 36, 45, 54. So this is going to take up the whole chest. This is going to take up the whole chest. Which is going to be fun. I feel like if that were the case, I might as well just make a whole new chest, like a whole new double chest. Taking breaks from Sims, and more or less, yeah. Wasn't there an extra thing that I had here? Okay. So I think I'm just going to make an additional double chest. Just for this. Just for this. What are the games I stream often? Minecraft, Sims 3, Sims 4, and then just whatever other game I'm in the mood for. Right now it's Palia. I think the game is kind of having a lag issue. Yep, it's definitely lagging. Anyway, yeah, right now it's Palia, which is like a which I would think it's kind of like Stardew Valley, but online. Like Stardew Valley is a live service game. Although, well, from what I saw, it's not really a typical live service game, so it's not really all too bad. I expected that to happen. The game was lagging, so I'm like, okay, stream's about to disconnect here. Anyway. Okay, back to normal. Anyway, I wouldn't say chilling games. It's just, again, whatever I'm in the mood for. It could be chill. It can be a horror, or like a Bending the Ink Machine, or Made of Skur. There was one. And Alien Isolation, I know there was one that I streamed like years ago. Oh. Or it could be shooter games. Well, yeah, that is one I should have mentioned. I also do play Portal 2. I do play Portal 2, which is not really shooter, but it is FPS. It is first person, so oh, technically, but also technically not. Anyway, hey, if we were to talk about actual FPS games, the only one that well, I've been talking about this game non-stop recently, but I haven't played it in years. Team Fortress 2. That's one that I've played a lot. And I haven't played it recently. Because I don't know. I think it's because I just remembered hearing that TF2 is like is one of those types of games that with a somewhat toxic community. And to be fair, it's an FPS game, it's a live service, it's bound to be toxic. Okay, and I remembered I was on the receiving end of something like that. And of some kind of toxicity. Although, to be fair, that was mostly my fault. Nope. Which, in short, what happened was that, and I was playing Man vs. Machine, and I decided to play Sniper, which wouldn't be a bad idea. However, I can't shoot I had a hard time shooting a moving target. I have a hard time shooting a moving target. And so, well, especially if I'm moving around as well. I can't shoot a target if it's moving or if I'm moving. So, a lot of the times I prefer it to be a somewhat stationary. Hey, and these players that were on the lobby, they were getting upset at me for not shooting the target, but I was like, I'm trying to get a good shot. And I wasn't getting one, and I ended up screwing over the team. And they ended up kicking me out, and I was like, you know what? Valid. I'd say that's valid. And I mean, of course I've played it afterwards. No, I didn't full on give the game up because of that, but it's like I kind of stopped caring about the game as much as I did after that, because no, I always just stop caring about something when it becomes a bit too toxic or a bit too competitive. I mean, hell, when it came to the game Multiverses, which was another game that I streamed for a bit. I play COD a lot now. I'm taking a break from that community. Oh yeah, no. When it came to Multiverses, that one was bad. Because that one was a fighting game, but it also had the bonus of being a live service game, so you could definitely tell the competitiveness is in that game, or was in that game, because the game doesn't exist anymore. Game shut down and everything. But if you don't know what Multiversus was, it was a online platform fighter similar to Smash Bros. An online platform fighter, or like Smash Bros. But the difference was that it wasn't Nintendo characters, or it wasn't original characters, at least not fully. It was characters owned by Warner Brothers, WB. So instead of getting the likes of Mario, Link, Pikachu, and Kirby, you're getting more the likes of freaking Gizmo from Gremlins, Superman from DC Comics, Jake the Dog from Adventure Time, and Shaggy Rogers from Scooby Doo. But you're also getting the likes of Bugs Bunny from Looney Tunes, Agent Smith from The Matrix, Steven Universe, Powerpuff Girls, so on and so forth. And honestly, a lot of people gave shit to the game, but the one thing that a lot of us agreed on it was that the game was a good idea. The game itself was a good idea. It was just handled poorly. Because the game was just a buggy mess, and it had a lot of balancing issues. Plus, it was adding features that people didn't really ask for. Like, well, the one thing that I really liked about it is the interactions that the characters had with each other. Like each character had character specific lines. It's like if Jake the Dog went up against Shaggy Rogers, he goes, "No more taking it easy on the scruffy guy." Or if Finn the Human goes up against Joker from DC Comics, he goes, "Clowns have a bad enough reputation, what with all your crazy nonsense." Or if Garnet from Steven Universe goes up against Batman, and she goes, "Batman, I really think you just need a hug." Which, that's what I love the most about the game. It's the character-specific interactions. Or there was some really funny ones. Like but like the there was a one with Garnet and Batman, and where the moment the battle starts, Garnet will just go, "Oh, look, a rich, selfish man in a cape." Or if Arya Stark from Game of Thrones goes up against Shaggy, maybe she'll go, stop talking about your power levels and fight me." Yeah, but the one I laugh at the most is Agent Smith against Shaggy, where there's some very specific lines that Agent Smith would have against Shaggy. Yeah, there's some very specific lines that Agent Smith will have against Shaggy, where Agent Smith will think that Shaggy is Neo. Yeah. Where it's like, "It can't be him. That's impossible." Or, "Such power. I haven't seen that since." No. I remember seeing those lines and just laughing at those. And I think I think all of them have character specific lines except for Gizmo, Stripe, and Rain Dog. Which Gizmo and Stripe are from the Gremlins movies. Which, from what I've heard, there's going to be a new one coming out recently. There's going to be a new one coming out. I don't know when. But anyway. Hey, Stripe and Gizmo are from the Gremlins movies. Whereas Rain Dog, I said that Multiverses it doesn't really do original characters. Or at least it's not fully comprised of original characters. Rain Dog is the only original character in the game. Or at least was, because again, game shut down. But Gizmo, Stripe, and Rain Dog don't really have specific lines for any other character. Rain Dog more specifically because he doesn't speak. All you just hear is like grunts, growls, whatever. Or whimpers like a dog. Okay, but then there's Gizmo and Stripe, who they do speak, but again, they just don't have any lines for anyone else. So yeah, it was it was a good idea for a game, but they just fucked it up. And unfortunately, it's one of those games where it died twice. Because the first time it was released in open beta. It was released in open beta in 2022, and then they shut the game down in 2023, and just so they can prepare for the full release, which was going to be in 2024. Which the game did do a full release. People didn't like it, and game slowly got better. I would say slowly got better, and the game shut down again. This time indefinitely in 2025. And it's like, bro, how? And unfortunately, you can't access this game anymore. Well, technically you can, but that's if and only if you logged into Season 5. And that's if you logged into Season 5 of the game. Which I logged into every single season, so safe to say I still have access to the game. I just haven't played it because I've actually said it on stream that when the game fully shuts down, I said I will keep playing this game until the game fully shuts down. And when it did, then I had to I went and recorded myself actually I streamed myself actually uninstalling the game. Because I just went, yep, game shut down, gotta keep true to my word. So I did. It's just sitting there. It's just sitting there in my library. Which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. I had some fun clips from it too. In fact, let me pull some up. Yeah, let me pull some of these clips up. Okay, I'm going to my clips manager. Multiverses. Yeah, I got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Although one of them is not mine. Okay. Yeah, so there's this one. And there's this one right here. What a perfectly timed ring out. Okay. For context for this clip, I am this character here. This is Rain Dog. He was my main boy. Hey, he was my main boy. Okay, so for more context, this is the Space Jam level, specifically Space Jam New Legacy level. So, you know, LeBron James is going to be in this. But there's a chance where if either you or your opponent gets over here and you make you actually make a shot into the hoop with a basketball, then whoever is on this side will get launched into the air and get knocked out. And I managed to do that no problem with this. I don't know how. There's also this one, Accidental Harley Quinn combo, which I have two mains. I have two characters that I main. And one of them I main in just for casual play, and the other one I would main for. The other one I would main if I were to try to be more competitive. Like if I were to try and take it more seriously, I got two mains. So the casual one is Rain Dog because I just want to have fun, and then the competitive one would be Harley Quinn. And this is me accidentally pulling off a combo. I want you to keep in mind I'm not really a combo person, so it was a 9-hit combo, by the way. 9 hits. I counted. It was. Watch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, they also had like these daily missions, weekly missions. So you can tell that because this game has a battle pass. So you could definitely tell that, and I was playing this game daily. I was playing it daily. Hey, just so I can get through these missions and whatnot. And get through the battle pass. There's also this one, which is Finn gets a well-timed triple kill. And again, I'm the Rain Dog. Now, I'm Rain Dog here. And then there's Finn, who's red, Jake, who's blue, and Tom and Jerry, who's green. Watch, we all go into the same spot. All three of all of us went into the exact same spot. No idea how. Then there's this one. I don't know what this one is. Oh, this was the other... Yeah, that's the thing with Harley. Yeah, that's the thing with Harley Quinn. And she's a character that you can do easy combos with. And because she is fast. She is fast. And then... And there's this one, which is, would you believe I'm not a Beetlejuice player? I spelled the name wrong because I didn't know how to actually spell it. So I'm Beetlejuice here. I think I did it for a thing. Oh shit. Yeah, whoops. I think I did it for a mission. That's why I was playing Beetlejuice. I don't know how that happened. I honestly don't know how that happened that fast. Because I was just doing it. Okay. Let's get back into this. Oh, God. Okay. So yeah, the game was definitely fun. It was buggy though. Number one. And I think I've stated it before. I knew the game was going to have a bit of a downfall. Like it was going to lose its popularity. And the reason why I knew is because someone said that someone already made a nerdcore rap song on the game. Which I immediately associate something like that happening to, okay, it's gonna fall off. Like the popularity for it is gonna die out. Because I've seen that happen with other games like Slender Man, Hello Neighbor, or freaking Baldi's Basics, and Flappy Bird. Although actually no, Flappy Bird came out before nerdcore music was a massive thing. And there was also Five Nights at Freddy's, and the initial hit for that franchise has been massive, but nowadays it's kind of just died out, but it's still popular in a sense. So that's kind of why, like I said, that's kind of why I associate nerdcore music as a nerdcore song being made about a game and as a sign of the game's gonna fall in popularity. And so far, I haven't been wrong. I haven't been wrong in that assessment. Because that's exactly what happened with MultiVersus. Well, yeah, it was also because it wasn't managed well. In fact, okay. I want to pull up the actual cast of characters. MultiVersus roster. Because even though the game's dead, and the roster for the characters is still public. Let's see. So there's 4 different types of characters. There's assassins, which those are fighters that are generally lightweight fighters whose main strengths are their combo proficiency and quick reflexes. In which those characters are Arya Stark from Game of Thrones, Beetlejuice from Beetlejuice, Finn the Human from Adventure Time, Harley Quinn from DC Comics, Nubia from DC Comics, the Powerpuff Girls from the Powerpuff Girls, Stripe from Gremlins, and Taz from Looney Tunes. Then we got Bruiser class, which these fighters are at home in the heat of a brawl and excel at melee combat using sheer brute force. Which these characters are Agent Smith from The Matrix, Banana Guard from Adventure Time. That I want to add, Banana Guard is this game's equivalent to Steve from Minecraft in Smash Bros. A joke character who is just absurdly overpowered. Which, yeah, trying to fight Banana Guard is a pain in the ass. Then there's Batman from DC Comics, Black Adam from DC Comics, Garnet from Steven Universe, Jake the Dog from Adventure Time, LeBron James from Space Jam, Lola Bunny from Looney Tunes, Marceline the Vampire Queen from Adventure Time, Samurai Jack from Samurai Jack, and Shaggy from Scooby-Doo. Then there's mage characters, or mage/range characters, which these fighters aren't as powerful as other fighters with regards to close quarters combat, and instead fight mainly from a distance, utilizing a variety of traps and projectiles. The mage/range fighters consist of Bugs Bunny from Looney Tunes, Gizmo from Gremlins, Marvin the Martian from Looney Tunes, Morty from Rick and Morty, Raven from DC Comics, Rain Dog from, well, that was their original character, Rick Sanchez from Rick and Morty, the Joker from DC Comics, Tom and Jerry from Tom and Jerry, and Velma from Scooby-Doo. And this is the original Velma, not the Velma. And then we got Tank class, which these fighters are hefty and sluggish, although they make up for it, with high defenses and devastating power. Which there's only like 6 in this one, which are Aquaman from DC Comics, Iron Giant from the Iron Giant, Jason Voorhees from Friday the 13th, Steven Universe from Steven Universe, Superman from DC Comics, and Wonder Woman from DC Comics. And what also sold me on this game is the voice cast. The voice cast that they had for some of these characters. There's like the voice the voice cast for some of these characters are probably some of the best choices for them. Like Arya Stark, they actually got Macy Williams to play her, which that's the same person who played Arya Stark in Game of Thrones. Finn the Human, they got the OG voice being Jeremy Shada. For Harley Quinn, they got the OG voice of Tara Strong. I get for Powerpuff Girls, I think they got the original voices there as well. Well, including Tara Strong, because, you know, she plays Bubbles. At Taz, I think they got Jim Cummings, which that guy's a powerhouse voice actor. And I think he's the current voice of Taz. Then there's... Then they got the late Kevin Conroy for Batman. And, like, actually. Then they got the Estelle, who's the OG voice of Garnet from Steven Universe. Then John DiMaggio for Jake the Dog, who's also the OG voice of him. I think they got the OG voice of Marceline the Vampire Queen to play her as well. Samurai Jack, they got Phil Lamar, who's the OG voice of him. Shaggy, this one, I was kind of stoked to see this, but for Shaggy Rogers, they got Matthew Lillard. They got Matthew Lillard to play him. Then Bugs Bunny, they got Eric Baza, who's the current voice of like most Looney Tunes characters, including Bugs Bunny. He also voices Tom and Jerry to some extent. He also voices Marvin the Martian. There's that. Then they got oh god, I'm trying to okay. For Morty Smith, they got Harry Belden. And not Justin Roiland, Harry Belden, who's the current voice of Morty Smith. For Raven, they got Tara Strong, because sure. For Rick Sanchez, they got Ian Cardone, who's the current voice of Rick Sanchez. For the Joker, they got Mark freaking Hamill. Yeah, Mark fucking Hamill to voice him. In which a friend of mine who's into voice acting, he heard that, he just went, didn't Mark Hamill say he was gonna retire that role? Well, and then for Velma, they got Kate Micucci, who's I think the current voice of Velma. I mostly know her as the oh god, I don't remember her character's name, but she was in the Big Bang Theory. She was in the Big Bang Theory as Raj's girlfriend. And then Kate Micucci, so there's that. Then we got Phil Lamar playing Aquaman. And then we got George Newbern as Superman. Now that's all like, those are all voice actors who've played these characters before. Alright, the other ones, I don't remember all of their names, but some of them but some of the ones that I don't recognize who play some of these characters, I'm just like, they do a pretty decent job at portraying the character, or I know the character that they're supposed to be portraying, and it just doesn't feel right. Like for Iron Giant, the original voice actor for Iron Giant was Vin Diesel. Well, I would know because I had that movie on DVD. Uh, so I was like, oh, they're gonna get Vin Diesel to play Iron Giant? Nope. They got a guy named Jonathan Lippo. Which I heard his voice and I was just like, it just doesn't sound right. Yeah, like it doesn't sound like it just doesn't sound like Iron Giant. It just sounds like some deep robotic voice. If that makes any sense. But then there's ones that actually did kind of work, like for Wonder Woman they had Abby Trott, which I was a little concerned about that because I'm like okay, she's she's an experienced voice actress, but that she hasn't played Wonder Woman, so I don't know how she's gonna do with this character. And then I heard her voice and I just went, she'll do fine. she'll do okay. Yeah, same with Agent Smith. I wasn't sure about him because Agent Smith wasn't going to be voiced by Hugo Weaving, the guy who played Agent Smith. He was going to be played by a guy named Sky Salil. But I heard his voice and I was like, fuck, that actually sounds menacing. That actually sounds really menacing. So there's times that where it works, and then there's times where you're just like, you could have probably picked a better choice. Especially with LeBron James. Especially with LeBron James. They didn't get LeBron James to voice LeBron James. They got John Eric Bentley. Yeah, which I was hearing his voice and I was like, something just doesn't sound right. And about this voice, like it sounds off somehow. Like it fits the character's look, but it doesn't fit the character or in general. You get what I mean? Yeah, like it somehow sounded too deep. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It did. I wasn't saying that it sounded bad, just it didn't sound right. I mean, there's videos of hello. Yeah, like something's not right. Something about that voice was just not right. That being said, again, it wasn't bad, it was just weird. And slightly off-putting. It's damn near midnight for me. But I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. And I was just talking about a game that I used to be into, and then the game shut down because it wasn't managed properly. In fact, Multiversus. Multiversus. All one word. Which, if you don't know what that is, it's Smash Bros. With Warner Brothers characters. So, you know, DC Comics, Looney Tunes, Adventure Time, Game of Thrones, stuff like that. Anyway, it, people were saying that the game was managed so bad. Never played it. I played a lot of ranked PvP games, and I think I've heard of it. Yeah, it existed between 2022 to 2025, and it had the unfortunate title of being called a game that died twice. Yeah, because it shut down in 2023, so it can prepare for the full release, and then it shut down permanently in 2025. Because it was released 2022, shut down in 2023, re-released in 2024, and then it shut down in 2025. Which a lot of people will just say that it was because it wasn't managed properly. In fact, some people were saying that the game was a flat out scam because someone asked like, "Hey, so the things that they bought in game with actual money, can I get those refunded?" And they're like, "Unfortunately, no, you can't." Which people were calling it a scam, but in defense of the game, a lot of free to play models have that sort of thing where game was free to play. Oh, now I can buy cosmetics and whatnot. Game shuts down. Oh, well, shit. Now I can't get it back. Okay, because that's just. I think that's just how free to play games work. Thank you. Thanks for the follow there. Now it actually did kind of hurt that and the game shut down and it wasn't managed properly for me because I was thoroughly enjoying this game. I was thoroughly enjoying it because it was a buggy mess, sure, but hey, I'm still having fun with it. I play Apex like a lot, and it's free, and I'm not even gonna admit and how much money I put into it. Thankfully, I didn't put that much money into Multiversus. I think in total, I just put $5, and that was because I was only going to buy one character, and that was Joker. Yeah, that was DC Comics Joker. There, so, and I did that just so I can complete a certain mission, and that required me to play Joker. I was like, well, that's impossible. Well, I can't do this mission without Joker. And then I randomly get, and then I get $5, and I'm like, I can get Joker now. So yeah. Yeah, it sucked with what happened to the game, but it was kind of expected as well. You know, in my opinion, at least. In fact, like I said, I've expected the game having a downfall before it actually had a downfall. Well, because, you know, like I said, someone made some nerdcore rap song about it, and I was like, usually when that happens, the game's gonna fail. And the game's gonna fall in popularity. Because it's like the initial wave of fame for the game just hits, and all this nerdcore stuff that starts coming out, and then all of a sudden the game just fades into rather obscurity. The only game that hasn't done that, like I said, the only game that hasn't done that was Five Nights at Freddy's. The only game that was like the only game that has broke that kind of curse was Five Nights at Freddy's, because a lot of people were just making let's plays like nerdcore music videos and whatnot about that game, and that bitch is still running. And that bitch is still going. I mean, hell, I think it just had in its most recent release, like what, last year or something. And it's also coming out with a. It's also coming out with movies as well, so. Yeah, like it's had movies, it's had books, it's had games. I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out with a TV series as well. Yeah, like I'm even looking up the Wikipedia for it, and it's like FNAF 1, FNAF 2, FNAF 3, FNAF 4, or FNAF Sister Location, Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator, Ultimate Custom Night, and FNAF Help Wanted, FNAF Security Breach, FNAF Help Wanted 2, yeah, FNAF Secret of the Mimic, FNAF World, FNAF Special Delivery, Freddy in Space 2, Security Breach Fury's Rage, Freddy in Space 3, Chica in Space, FNAF Into the Pit, and 5 Laps at Freddy's, FNAF Survival Crew. Then there's the Fanverse Initiative, and then there's the books that came out as well, like the Silver Eyes, Twisted Ones, Fourth Closet, and then the Fazbear Frights books and the Tales from the Pizzaplex books. And then there's the film adaptations as well. And it's like, that thing will just not die. Alright, go get some sleep, number one. And number two, I don't go live on Tuesdays. The only days that I don't go live are Tuesdays and Wednesdays. As of right now. But it's like, seriously, that series just refuses to die. It just refuses to go out. Now, that's not to say that's a bad thing. But it's just like it's just one of those rare occurrences where a game has a massive amount of popularity and it just barely died out. Like, good God. In fact, I was watching I watched like yeah, I was watching some videos, or like I was watching a video from I love talking about this content creator, but it's because he's entertaining. There's a guy named Magic Mush. He does like comedic video essays talking about different subjects, like he can do some story based videos, like the story of this guy, or the story like the story of this person or whatever. And it would just be someone who was infamous on online, like the story of Andrew Dobson, the story of Movie Bob, the story of Tim Buckley, and whatnot. And then for those who don't know Tim Buckley, you've probably seen his comic Loss, the Lost comic from Control Alt Delete. Yeah, that was his comic. So he would just talk about people that are infamous online, or he could talk about a certain group of people, or a certain events that have happened, and then that are just like, great job, you idiot, and type of stuff. Like what was one? What was one? And then there was one that he did it talking about Sonic the Hedgehog fans. Yeah, like Sonic the Hedgehog fans of the Dark Age or something like that. And he didn't put in Chris Chan. But he did put in people like Guptil89, which the problem with Guptil89 is that he just made one horrific video and that's all he's known for now. Oh, and there was a Spax 3. There was also Mario to Plumber was another one. But then he's also made videos. This one is one of my favorites. This video is one of my favorites, and that is the hilarious hoaxes of the ignorant internet. And it's a video talking about some of the most notable hoaxes that people believed in, and to certain extents, like oh god, what was this rabbit one? There was one hoax where it was like, save some name, I forgot what the name was, but the hoax was this rabbit, right? This person found this rabbit and just lying about, and he was like, oh shit, and caught a rabbit, but it's gonna cost a pretty penny to take care of that rabbit. So they asked for people to donate money to them. However, there was a catch. They said that if they didn't get the money that they needed, they said that they were going to eat the rabbit. They were just going to straight up eat the rabbit. And of course, people were upset about that. And eventually the website that whole thing gets bought, and then And they're just like, all right, hey, that's it. You're not gonna hear from me anymore. There, yeah, which it was very obviously just like a hoax or a stunt of some kind. And then there was one that I was very familiar with. There was one I was very familiar with. In fact, it was one that a lot of people are familiar with. And that is uh and that is Pizzagate. Or no, sorry, not Pizzagate. I think Pizzagate was something else. uh yeah, I think it was called like a Chuck E. Cheese Gate or something. And where there was this whole conspiracy theory about how Chuck E. Cheese recycled their pizza slices and put them on the new pizzas. Specifically, the ones that weren't eaten. The ones that weren't eaten and then get randomly put onto a new pizza. Which Magic Mush was just like, I don't believe this for a second. Like there's got to be some other reason on why. There's got to be some other reason on why the pizzas look like this. Which, funny he said that. I remember hearing about this and I was like, oh yeah, this was the theory that Matthew Patrick tested, and he concluded that this was a conspiracy theory. Hey, like it was nothing but a conspiracy theory. It was all false and whatnot. And so it's like, yeah, very likely this was just someone making a random conspiracy theory. Yeah, but then it begged the question, and how did the pizzas end up looking like the way they did? Well, MatPat actually, well, for one, he tested this theory during the pandemic. So, all pizzas were going to be takeout only. All pizzas were going to be takeout only, therefore, they weren't going to be able to recycle pizza slices. And yet, they still looked malformed. And they still looked malformed, so that kind of begged the question, what the hell? So he contacted two people. One person that worked at Chuck E. Cheese before the Shane Dawson videos, and one that worked at Chuck E. Cheese after the Shane Dawson videos. And they asked them like, hey, what do you think about this conspiracy theory? And they're like, it's just a conspiracy theory. Like, this is not true. Okay, then what were the possible reasons for the slices looking like this? And they said, well, very likely it's because of the dough that we used. Well, likely it's because of the pizza cutter that we use. It was the pizza cutter being like that rocking cutter, whatever the hell it's called. Oh, which that's not a bad idea to be using that type of pizza, except that they had a dull blade. And that cutter has a dull blade, and they said that the reason why it was dull was because for safety reasons, which, well, okay, yeah, but the problem with that is that those same exact safety reasons is the reason why they were in this much hot water. So, there was that, and then there was a there was also the additional fact that when they cut the pizzas, they cut it while the pizza is still hot. It is so that when it eventually starts cooling down, the pizza slices will start making their own shapes, or like try conforming it into certain shapes. So yeah, the pizza slices are likely malformed because that was just the pizza cooling down. Yeah. And they also said that it was likely the dough that they used being rather lighter. The dough that they used it being lighter than most other pizzas, which they've also tested that because they found out that Chuck E. Cheese is that the Chuck E. Cheese kitchens are also being used for a different food place called Pascali's Pizza and Wings. And they found out about this, and Chuck E. Cheese made a, I think either Chuck E. Cheese or Pascali's made a statement saying, while we do use the same kitchens, our pizza doughs are our pizzas are different because the crusts are thicker and the sauce is saucier as well. Which they've also tested that, and by going, okay, so if you're saying that the dough is lighter at Chuck E. Cheese, let's try ordering from Pascali's Pizza and Wings to see if that is the case. So they order from Pascali's Pizza and Wings, and which again is supposed to have a thicker dough, and sure enough, the pizzas looked more like normal pizzas. And so safe to say, yeah, it's literally just the way they make it, and then that just gives it that malformed shape. Also, someone else said that the likely reason why the pizzas are looking like that is because everybody that works at Chuck E. Cheese works every single position at Chuck E. Cheese. Like, one instance you're a waiter, the next you're the person in the. One second you're the waiter, the next second you're the person who's in the costumes, and then the next second you're making the pizzas. Is it which I wouldn't doubt that, but I don't know. Anyway, so that was just some of those videos that I was talking about with him. But he to get to the video that I was trying to talk about was the oh god, I forgot what the actual name was. It was something about like internet fad games. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, the inevitable fates of YouTube's fad games. In which he brought up Flappy Bird, Baldi's Basics, Hello Neighbor, and Slenderman. Which the reason why all four of those games died out was for varying reasons. And number one, and then for Flappy Bird, that game died out because the developer of the game found out that people were addicted to this game. He felt bad that people were addicted to the game, so he quickly removed it off of app stores. And then there's Baldi's Basics in Education and Learning. That one died in popularity because I think some people were trying to find lore in the game. And like they were thinking, okay, there's some lore in this game, right? And they were trying to think of where the lore can be. However, there's no lore in the game. In fact, the whole purpose of the game is to make fun of games that secretly had deep lore. So, a game that is trying to make fun of the same genre that it's in, which is mascot horror, to the point where people actually think that there's deep lore in it. And it just really went to show how well done the game was. So people just kind of lost interest in the game because there was no lore to it. There was no theory to be made about the game. Yeah, but that was kind of the point of the game because it's a joke. It was making fun of games like that. And then there's and then there was Hello Neighbor, which that one is also like Five Nights at Freddy's. That bitch is still going. That series is still going. I think there's a third one coming out. And that one has had a rough ride. Because the problem with Hello Neighbor is that it started off as a good concept, and then with version after version after version of the game, it just started getting worse. It started straying from what made the game interesting. Which if you don't know the whole gimmick of Hello Neighbor, the gimmick that they were trying to sell for that game was that you're supposed to try and get into this door. However, every time you get caught by the neighbor, or the bad guy, he ends up getting smarter. He ends up learning your routes a bit, like your usual hiding spots. You're learning about where you're going and whatnot. And the problem with that is that in the first game it had that pitch, and then in the game, the first game had that pitch, but then it started getting more and more and more into like a 3D platformer, which a horror 3D platformer could work. However, the physics in that game were so ass. And the physics in that game were so ass that it started becoming more like a rage game. And the part that pissed off a lot of people was the developer's constant tweets towards Matthew Patrick, going like, I think MatPat would love to dissect this frame by frame, or yes, MatPat, you should totally respond to our DMs, or something like that. And it's like, what the hell are you trying to do here? Like, what are you doing? Like, no shit. And a lot of people probably forgot that Hello Neighbor 2 existed. And which, by the way, Hello Neighbor 2 had the exact same pitch as Hello Neighbor 1, which was the neighbor was going to be getting smarter every time you get caught by the neighbor. It had that exact same pitch, and yet they started fucking it up again. This time it was different. They didn't go for the 3D platformer aspect. It was just more the fact that the game was a buggy mess. So, was it better? Yes, but it was still not the best. But hey, at least it garnered enough success to get a third game. Which I want to point out. I want to point out that all three Hello Neighbor games are being developed by all three Hello Neighbor games are being developed by different teams. Like let me pull up Hello Neighbor 1. Hello Neighbor 1 it was developed by Dynamic Pixels, published by tinyBuild. Hello Neighbor 2 was developed by Eerie Guest and tinyBuild. But it was published by tinyBuild. So, which I will give it some slack. Eerie Guest is a company made by some of the people who worked at Dynamic Pixels, so not really a different company, but it's a different name. And then there's Hello Neighbor 3, which is being developed again by tinyBuild, but it's also being developed by a guy named Nikita Kalishnikov, which, funnily enough, I think Nikita Kalishnikov is also someone who worked at Dynamic Pixels. So, who knows? Maybe third time's the charm with this game. I don't know. Oh, I have my doubts. But we'll see. And then the fourth one that they mentioned was Slender the 8 Pages, which that one had a couple reasons on why popularity for that game died. Number one, Five Nights at Freddy's. Is that by the time that game was dying, Five Nights at Freddy's had already just started coming out. So people were jumping the Slenderman the ship of Slenderman and just going for Five Nights at Freddy's this time. But the other one, and this one actually had a recent update. And that is the Slenderman stabbings. And the Slenderman stabbings that happened in Waukesha National Park. Okay, where there are two girls, Anissa Weier and Morgan Geyser. They brought their friend Peyton Leutner out into the forest and stabbed her like 19 times. Which, considering the fact that Peyton, I keep saying this, but considering the fact that Peyton Leutner is like, it was like a 13-year-old, that 12, 13-year-old girl when she got stabbed 19 times, I'm surprised that she didn't die. Because she's still alive. Stabbed 19 times and she's still alive. I'm like, how? I mean, it's great that you're alive, but how? Oh, because being stabbed 19 times as a preteen, that's a lot. That is a lot. But anyway, eventually Anissa Weier and Morgan Geyser did get sentenced, and it was revealed that I think Morgan Geyser was the one who was leading the whole attack, and Anissa Weier was just there for the ride. The weak-willed follower and whatnot. Which, if that was true, then I feel like the sentencing that she ended up getting being less than what Morgan Geyser got was fair enough, in my opinion. But speaking of Morgan Geyser, But there was actually news last year about how she ended up escaping from. She ended up escaping the supervision of a halfway house that she was supposed to be staying in. And she eventually got caught and was rearrested, but still, she escaped. And the part that confused everybody about this, from what I've seen, was the fact that they decided not to tell Peyton Leutner until after they caught Morgan Geyser, which is like, shouldn't you have told her that she escaped? Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, like, what in the hell? So, yeah, just after that, the hype for Slenderman just immediately died out. Because you ever heard of the saying, it's all fun and games until someone gets hurt? Because that's exactly what happened. And you look up a definition of that saying and you get a picture of Slenderman. And it's also one of those types of things. It's also one of those types of things where it's like you can safely enjoy it, you can safely love the source material, but you kind of have to address the elephant in the room. Like you kind of have to address it. I mean, hell, one of my viewers sometime back said that they were playing a Yandere simulator, and when they told me that, I just went, "You do realize what the dev has been up to, right?" And because they said that Yandere Simulator was like a favorite game of theirs, and I'm like, "You do realize what the dev has been up to, right?" And they're like, "Yeah, I know." Yeah, I know, and I don't like it, but hey, I love this game, so I can't help but play it. I'm like, yeah, fair enough. I'm pretty sure there's games being developed. Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure there's games developed by people that have done some really bad stuff. Like, oh god. There's some Five Nights at Freddy's fan game developers that have made some fan games, and it's just like, yeah, you can love that fan game, but you gotta realize that the developer is not a good person. And like I keep bringing this guy up. One Night at Flumpty's. The developer of One Night at Flumpty's, he was eventually outed for being a groomer. Which, him being the developer of One Night at Flumpty's didn't really hurt me, because it was like, it was a fun idea for a fan game, but in the end I wasn't too big on that. Right? However, what hurt me the most is me realizing that the person who developed One Night at Flumpty's is the exact same guy who developed the Riddle School Flash games. The Riddle School Flash games, because I looked up the developer of the Riddle School games and I realized it's the exact same name as the One Night at Flumpty's developer, and I was just like, oh. Oh, okay, well that hurts. that Oh, so that's what pain feels like. the only good thing that has ever, I will say, the one good thing that came out of something like that, it is his response to him being outed as a groomer. And that is, he said that he was going to leave the internet. He was going to go do therapy and just never make a post ever again, whatever. And from what I understand, he has since kept true to that word. And it's like, well, I mean, it sucked that it happened, but at least he took the right path, and that is getting off the internet and getting help. And as far as we know, he hasn't done anything like that since. So it's like, I mean, can't be too mad at him. You can be disappointed, but you can't be too mad. But then I also talked about this one fan game developer named Michi, or Blackout Studios, as they're also called. And they created a fan game, a Five Nights at Freddy's fan game called Dormitibus. And I've heard that game sucked. Because this is for varying reasons. And one of these reasons was in the form of a cassette tape that you can find in the game. And let me tell you, it's one of the cringiest things that you could probably hear in a FNAF fan game. Because I'm not even gonna pull it. I'm not even gonna pull it up. It's bad. It's bad. Because it pretty much insinuated that the main character, the character that you play as, which by the way, it's made clear that the person that you play as is not a good person. In fact, I think they said that you're supposed to be in universe, that universe's version of William Afton. But in this universe, he says something that just made me go, "What?" I'm sorry. You want to repeat that? Which was him going. Which was him going. There was this hot 15-year-old. It's just like, pause. What the hell did you just call him? What the hell did you just call them? A hot 15-year-old? What? But I saw this video on them, and they're like, but hey, it's only in the game, right? And it's not like this is supposed to be. Hey, it's not like this is the developer telling us about his fantasies in real life, right? Right? Well. No, it was later found out that the developer was actually sending porn and gore to minors. And it's like, bro, what? How? Early FNAF fandom, what an experience. Yeah, right? Eventually, the developer also took a similar path, but his path was a bit more destructive. Now, I would say a bit self-destructive, because he was like, they said something like, Jesus Christ, just leave me be. I don't want to live in your heads rent-free. I moved on, and you should as well. Bye. And that was it. And it's like, okay, they just Yeah, self-destructed. They really just self-destructed like that. Now there has been a remaster of Dormitibus, and that has come out, and it wasn't developed by Blackout Studios. It wasn't developed by Blackout Studios. It was I don't know who developed it, but and it was just very obviously not Blackout Studios. And from what I've heard, if you want to play Dormitibus, you should play the remaster, not the original. And because from what I've heard, they've hired the same voice actor. They've retweaked some of the gameplay mechanics. They've also updated the graphics to make them look better. So it's just, from what I've heard, it's just an all-around better experience than what the original was. Like I said, it's just one of those types of games where it's like, one of those types of things where it's like, you can like a certain thing, created by a bad person, but you have to address the elephant in the room. Like, you have to realize that they've done something bad. You can't just go like, they done nothing wrong, okay, because I like their game. No, you can't. Yeah, if the person did something bad, you kind of have to address it. And you just have to. Now I'm trying to think of now I'm also trying to think of content creators that have done similar stuff of like that where it's relating to do with minors. Like they were outed for doing bad stuff with minors. Well, I talked about the recent one that I found out, which was Yamimash. He was a massive Let's Player in the 2010s who was outed for sexting a 14-year-old. He was also friends with Markiplier and Jacksepticeye, technically, so... Like I said, when I remembered hearing about that, I just went, God damn it, Aaron! And out of all the controversies you could have been in, this is the one you ended up getting into. Like, he is still making videos. That was in doing live streams, because at least from what I've heard, he hasn't made that mistake since. Like, he realized he fucked up, so he hasn't made a similar mistake. But it's still just like, why? Why? There was also a Roblox YouTuber that I've used to watch back when I was a kid named Starman3, who was also outed for being a predator, which I'm like, great. And what about Cryotic? Was he also outed as a predator? Well, well, yes. Although I wasn't really into Cryotic, I just knew of him. It's like, hey, Jesus Christ, man. And like, how many? There's so many. and Minecraft YouTubers I watched as a kid were outed as predators or bad people in general. Oh my god, yeah. Like, one example for me was Sky Does Minecraft. He wasn't outed as a predator, but he was outed as being a bad person. And I even saw like a tweet of his about how he was calling Muslims cannibals or something like that, and I'm like, Adam, what the hell happened to you? Like, okay, this guy is like a shell of his former self. And it kind of sucked because he was actually kind of funny. He also just so happened to be friends with Post Malone. Yes, that's canon. And he is actual friend. He was actual friends with Post Malone. And because, of course, he was. There was also his friend, actually Adam's friend Jinbop, who was actually outed as a predator. So it's like, now it's like almost every single day someone's getting outed as one. Almost every single day, someone gets outed as one. And then it's just more of a fact of whether or not, and those allegations are true or not is what seems to be more important now. And because sometimes they'll get outed as being a type of predator, and then all of a sudden, and there's proof that they actually weren't. Like, for example, Dream. As much as Dream has been into all different types of drama, one of the things that he was outed for was being a groomer. However, he then makes a video pretty much debunking everything about these allegations, and it's like, from what I've heard, it's a good response to this. But like, Jesus Christ. Is that what happened to the old days of YouTube, where the only reason you got upset, or the only reason why a YouTuber was hated, was because they were copying another YouTuber? Like, what happened to those days? Like, where did those days go? I mean, hell, I remember hearing that the most hated YouTuber back then, it was Chris Boris. Not because he was outed as a minor, but more because he was copying Angry Video Game Nerd. Yeah, which is like, I mean, compared to today's standards, that is nothing. That is a nothing burger. It's like going into 2010s and you're just finding a bunch of people playing video games. And people just going like, oh, you're a copycat of this person, you're a copycat of that person. Like, no, that was just the genre that was popular back in the 2010s. I mean, hell, Let's Play channels is how I ended up finding out about... well, okay, no, it was... I first... I think I mentioned the first time I ran into... For the first time I've heard about Markiplier. Or before, but I'll tell it again. the first time I've heard about Markiplier, someone turned one of his compilation videos. Someone took one of his compilation videos and turned it into a YouTube advert. Like, I'm not kidding. And I just stumbled upon it once. I stumbled upon it once. But I recognized his face because it was like white guy, glasses, this faux hawk. It had like soundproof panels and whatnot. I'm like, okay, so he's a gamer. Alright, okay, whatever. Alright, I don't really care much about who this guy is, but and I don't know why someone decided to turn one of his videos into an advert, but hey, it is what it is. And then I saw him pop up on Smosh Games for a series that they had called Button Bash, where they would play a certain game with different different YouTubers, like Flula Borg. Yeah, they played Smash Bros with Flula Borg. They played Prop Hunt with Captain Sparkles. I remember binging his Google Feud videos. I think I swallowed my pet name Steve. Oh god, I remember the pet name Steve meme. But yeah, it was just Captain Sparkles, Prop Hunt, Flula Borg playing Smash Bros. Or it was Markiplier playing Turbo Dismount, which that was a popular game back in the day. Actually, it had a sequel recently. Yeah, I played the demo of it. It's actually still fun. But he was playing that, and I was like, alright, fine. I guess I'll check out his channel. And I'm still subscribed to it, by the way. I'm still subscribed to that channel, so I think that just goes to show that I ended up loving the channel. There was also however, I think when it came to 2020s, I think that genre of video, or like that genre of YouTube, is slowly dying out. Let's plays, because I think people are just now looking for something else, or like looking for videos that talk about like outside world stuff. I think, like, like travel vlogs or whatever, or like travel vlogs, YouTube drama, I think was one, and there's reaction channels. Reaction channels is also a pretty big one too. Or not reaction channels, reaction videos. So, like, I'm not even kidding. I have like a whole list of videos of people reacting to Team Fortress 2 Meet the Team videos. Like, I still have a few that I haven't seen. I still have a few that I haven't seen yet. And I'm also like trying to keep track of some other YouTube drama, like Johnny Somali, Jack Doherty, all that stuff. So I'm trying to keep track of all those. In fact, there was a recent thing with Johnny Somali where he was actually threatening YouTuber Atozy, saying that he was going to fuck his wife and become a better dad. And he even said that he knew where his kids went to school. And it's like, bro, you're detained in South Korea. You're detained in South Korea and you got travel banned. Like, you are going nowhere. You are going nowhere for the foreseeable future. Number one. And number two, you're Johnny Somali. Like, I'm not gonna believe a single word he says. Like, come on. Anyway, I gotta start wrapping up. It's getting late, so I gotta start wrapping up and go and read out to someone. Actually, I want to see if this guy is live right now. Nope, not live. Okay. Alright, I gotta raid into somebody new. Because I try to do that once a week. One new person per week for me. Okay. Thank you, Cal, for the follow there. And then, okay. Let's see. And let's see who we could raid out to. Let's check some of the people that I have on the back burner. And see if they're live. If not, I'm gonna have to find somebody new. What about you? No, you're not live. You? What about you? Nope, not live either. So what's this page? Oh, I've already rated to that person before. Okay, I'm gonna have to find somebody. Through my usual categories of Portal 2, Sims 4, and Minecraft. Let's see. Okay, there's a couple options in the Portal 2 category. What about the Sims 4 category? Usually there's some options there. Nah, Sims 4 category seems kind of tame tonight. Okay, let's check the Minecraft category. Maybe there's somebody there. Okay, anyone that is not thousands of viewers. Preferably. Let's see. Let's go. This guy looks like he has a bunch of mods on his game. Let me check this guy out real quick. Yeah, this guy looks like he has some mods on hand. So this mod, the mod that he's using here for farming is interesting. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's go for this guy. Yeah, let's go right into this guy. Okay, we got a new person here. New person, so we gotta do a test raid real quick. Okay, cool. All right, so we're raiding into a new person named Kaiser Mikhail, or Kaiser Michael. I don't know how it's pronounced. Anyway, that'll be it for tonight. I'll be back Thursday and Friday with more Palia, and then Saturday it should be more Sims 3, more the house build. Sims 4 will be again on Sunday, and then next Monday will just be another Minecraft stream as per usual recently. Anyway, you guys get the idea. I am not gonna hit the start stream button this time. You guys get the idea, so see ya.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. Gonna learn the consequence of being incompetent. Mental health is confidence, dreams and some modestness. I'm not here to save the day, that's for you to take away. I could play a million mind games, but instead I say something not illogical, something that is topical. Rub it on and watch it go, make yourself unstoppable. Dreams are irresponsible, but they're always possible. If you just believe, you could be so remarkable. Thoughts in my head, a collage and they spread. I'll be great one day, going off of my meds. No, I'm not giving up, no, I'm not giving in. I will make it to the top, taking off in the wind. I gotta make it, I'm saving every day to taste it. I'm patient, but my mind, it can hardly take it. I'm chasing a dream that I've had for several ages. A vacant, modern kingdom for the taking. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love